This is your first call for Class 17 red AOBs. First call for Class 17 red AOBs. If we could have the person that is doing the 4-H pledge to please make their way to the arena. 4-H pledge to the arena. This is your second call for Class 17 red AOBs. Second call for Class 17 red AOBs. Just a friendly reminder, if you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion yesterday or today, please come see me at the announcer stand so I can get your bio. If you're a breed champion or reserve breed champion, please come see me in the announcer stand. This is your third call for Class 17 Red AOBs. Third call for Class 17 Red AOBs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we hope that you are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed here this morning for day 2 of the Junior Market Steer Show here at Rodeo Austin. We would like to kick off with a few folks that are going to help us out here today. And with a 4-H pledge, we've got Miss Kelly Sefji from Gonzales, Texas.
The 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Kelly. We will now have Kennedy Hobbs from Thorndale FFA to give the FFA motto.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, Kennedy. We will now have our own Jeff Dodd give an invocation.
If I could get everyone to rise and remove cover. Thank you. Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just in awe, just all of the blessings you bestow on us as a community, as a group of people that is like-minded and working together to achieve some amazing things for our children and our future leaders. We ask that you provide safe passage. We ask that you get us home this afternoon safely after the end of at the conclusion of our event. We ask that as parents, leaders, and the people that are shaping the youth, that we keep in mind the true goal of what we're trying to do. It's not about winning a steer show. It's about building better human beings. We ask, Lord, that you just watch over us. We ask that you, again, be in our hearts, be in our minds as we go through the rest of the day. All these things we ask in your name. Amen. I also would like to, just for a second, take a brief pause. The last 375 days now, because we were here 10 days ago when the pandemic got serious, I guess, in Texas, and started our show and stopped our show, unfortunately. But there are those of us that have lost loved ones, so I would ask that we stop for just a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. What better way to honor the United States of America with a duet of the national anthem from Landon and Lydia Schertz from Allen FFA.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tanner doesn't have a mic, but I'll say how awesome is that we can start our day like that, our morning like that every day. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate all of our youth starting us off this morning.
All right, boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's show some steers. Here we go. Class 17 AOB Reds are coming into the ring. As our judge sorts through this first class, we'd like to go ahead and reintroduce him out there. We've got your man, Nick Fitzsimmons, that grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. Growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country and livestock judging, which sparked a passion that eventually led him to Blackhawk East College and then on to the one and only Texas Tech University, where he was on a highly successful livestock judging team. After serving as the assistant livestock judging coach there at Texas Tech, Nick took a position with Sunglow Feeds. Nick currently serves as a regional show feed specialist in Oklahoma and the Texas markets. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high quality and functional cattle across multiple breeds, and Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country. And let me tell you, we are excited to have him here back for another day of steer showing in Texas. Let's go ahead and give him a big Texas welcome and reckum from the great town of Austin, Texas. This is your first call for Class 18 red AOB steers. First call for Class 18 red AOB steers. Second call for Class 18 red AOBs. Second call for Class 18 red AOBs. Just a friendly reminder to all breed champions and reserve breed champions, we will be reweighing those steers before the champion drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions will be weighed before the champion drive.
Well, really looking forward here to day 2 at Rodeo Austin and getting to work with your kids and obviously sorting through some incredible cattle again. Yesterday was really good, and I think we kicked today off the right way and following in that same trend of just quality from start to finish as we come through this class. And I think the ones on this side of the ring, as you heard me say a few times yesterday, still a great deal of quality, just some things I'd like to change up a bit. The young lady right there at the front of the lineup, I think one that's so easy feeding and good in his type and kind is starting to work to his disadvantage. He's maybe just a bit past his end point in terms of his chest floor and maturity, but that's a good kind of a calf there as you study him in his body shape and general structure. The calf right behind her, ripped up and powerful from up above, just need to see a bit softer look right there through his midrib and how he transitions from his shoulder there on back. As we keep moving down, young man right here, third from the end, I think a good kind of an animal. He's sound, he's got enough body, enough mass from up above, just maybe no extras out here. All in all, a good set of cattle, and sure do appreciate those kids coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together as these exhibitors exit the arena for their show our support for their time and efforts out here today. Just a friendly reminder, we will be taking a lunch break after Class 22. A lunch break will be taken after Class 22. Just a friendly reminder, we all need to be wearing our mask in the arena. We all need to be wearing our mask in the stands as well. Thank you. This is your third call for Class 18 red AOBs. Third call for Class 18 red AOBs.
Very nice class here to kick off our Reds. And I think we follow the same trend that we found yesterday there on the upper end of those classes. One that I used to win here that I think is built right at the surface. And it's his foot size and shape and comfort and attractiveness that he carries there in his lower skeleton that separates him in this particular class. As you work your way up, I like that one's just dense body shape, the way that he comes from his shoulder and transitions there on back. He's got still just a big, fresh back in him. Plenty of dimension here from behind. A calf that I think certainly puts a lot of the good things together, and looking forward to seeing him back out here in a bit. The black-legged steer that comes here in second from up above has the advantage in terms of just mass and squareness right there to the backside of his shoulder, and he carries that back over his loin and in his upper pin set. A calf that's got the right kind of bold, just powerful body shape and goes to the ground comfortably off of both ends with enough attractiveness in his hip and hind leg. Biggest reason why he goes second is he's starting to fall out in his chest floor, and I do think that you'd like to see him a bit neater in terms of his shoulder and how it lays into his body and fills back into his rib cage. But in a lot of areas, that calf excels and is probably the EST calf in this particular class, especially from up above. A nice place to go for second. The calf that comes here in third continually works up the lineup, and I think the main reason is he's just that cutability kind that you like in terms of his handle and fresh, firm touch from up above. A calf that still goes to the ground, attractive in terms of his skeleton, plenty of look from his shoulders forward. I like the way that he feeds back out through his hip and has that kind of just true pop and expression when you get right in behind the cattle. He needs a little more body. And I wouldn't argue in that regard, but this is Class 1, and I think if you would project these things on, he could probably still have a little bit down the road. Everything else on that calf, I think, is awfully, awfully good. The calf that comes here in fourth is one that I think from his shoulders back you like in terms of just his easy feeding look, his dimension, his attractiveness to his rear skeleton. A calf that still takes his neck higher to the top side of his shoulder. As you work your way down, I'd like to freshen him up in his chest floor, see his shoulder lay in neater a bit to the point of his body. A calf that I think isn't quite as just athletic in his movement out of his front end, but I think you freshen that one up, and certainly one that has a good look from there on back. The calf that comes here in fifth, again, one that I think you like in terms of his basics. He's sound, he's got enough body, enough dimension from up above, and that one can give you a good look when she gets him parked here from the side. He falls short just in terms of stoutness of feature and dimension when you study him from that three-quarter shot, so he put an awful good-looking one standing there in fifth that does a lot of things right. The white-legged calf that comes here next, again, one I think in terms of his lines and symmetry and basic balance is awfully good. I like his stoutness of feature as he goes to the ground. A calf that needs to be set back in his angles, and as you set him into motion, I think that's when you work him down the lineup. He's just a bit tighter and more restricted off of both ends. I'd like to clean him up in terms of his joints when you get right in behind him. The calf that comes out next, I think in terms of just basic body shape and dimension from up above is one that I'm drawn to. A calf that I like in terms of his stoutness of feature in general. Foot size, a calf that's maybe getting just a bit more mature. He's a little more cresty up high. I'd like to tidy him up again in terms of his chest floor and see everything in terms of his handle be just a bit fresher, but certainly one that from up above can give you an awfully good look. We got an interesting calf here coming next, and one that in terms of just raw power and dimension might be the absolute stoutest in this particular class. Relative to his frame, he absolutely is. He's got a good, dense body shape to him, and I think actually still proportions out correctly here from the side profile. It needs to be set back in the angle to his shoulder knee. I'd like to just see him picked up in terms of his build and presence off of both ends, but an absolute powerhouse standing right there. The Baldy that comes out next represents a good kind of cattle. He's sound, he's big-bodied, he's got more than enough dimension from up above, just a bit quick in terms of his type and kind, and maturity starting to work against him a bit as you analyze him through the front third of his body. A calf that's not near as expressive when you get right in behind him, but again, represents a good kind there in terms of his basics. The steer that comes next is one that offsets the calf directly in front of him in terms of being fresh and firm and have that right kind of expression when you study him at whatever angle you want to. I think he's getting a bit heavy to the front third of his body when you analyze just his crest and where his chest sits in him. I'd like to see him then have a bit more body from there on back, but I do like that one's just overwhelming shape regardless of the angle you're looking at him. The calf that closes, I think, again, doesn't have anything majorly wrong with him. He's sound. He's got enough body, enough dimension. I think he still gives you a quality look here from side profile. All in all, he's just a bit plainer in terms of his general appearance, so we put a calf that does a lot of things right standing there at the end of our lineup. But certainly awfully high quality class there to kick off our Reds. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 17, Red AOB Steers. First in that class is Kenneth McGinty of Carson County 4-H. Second is Kaylee Rumfield of Lavernia FFA. Third is Sydney Schiller of Blanco FFA. Fourth is Lily Daniels of Blum FFA. Fifth is Jenna Lee of Live Oak County 4-H. Sixth is Tayton Copeland of Live Oak County 4-H. Seventh is Sawyer Davis of Bear County 4-H. Eighth is Journey Harris of Lubbock County 4-H. Ninth is Cooper Silko of Colemal County 4-H. 10th is Riley Ocampo of Thrall FFA. And 11th in that class is Lacey Lindgren of Travis County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 18 Red AOB Steers. Just a quick reminder, if you were a breed champion or reserve breed champion yesterday, will you please come see me at the announcer stand? I need to get a little information from you. Like to give a big shout out to Mr. Rob Golding over here in the cowboy hat. We'd like to welcome him here today. He is the CEO, and part of what we do here is certainly not possible, and this thing could not go on without him. And he certainly would like to tie this in. Please keep everybody safe by keeping your mask up and keeping everybody happy and safe out here today. So let's go ahead and give a big round of applause to Mr. Golding out here today. Just a friendly reminder, we will take a lunch break after Class 22. We will take a lunch break after Class 22. Also, we will be reweighing all the champions and reserve breed champions before the Grand Drive. It is mandatory that we reweigh all those cattle before the Grand Drive. This is your first call for Class 19 AOC. First call for Class 19 AOC.
Well, good group of steers here in the second class of reds, and I think an incredibly high-quality set we're fixing to sort through on that side, and that's not taking anything away from these steers over here. I think as we look down the lineup, that one in second is awfully close. He's big-featured. He's good-bodied. He's got enough just power from up above. He's getting just a bit stale to the touch, and I'd like to change him in terms of how he uses his shoulder. That calf does a lot of things right. The dark red steer here, he's got a good running gear underneath of him. Neck comes high to the top side of his shoulders. General presence is nice. He's just a bit staler to the touch. I wish he carried his dimension right there out of the backside of his shoulder all the way out through his hip, but I like his general build. Got a Hereford here that I think proportions out fairly adequately, and he gets out and goes comfortably. Easy feeding in his type and kind, almost a bit too much. He's getting a little soft to the touch there, but I think still a nice kind of a calf. As we keep moving down around here, the calf standing directly in front of me. Got a good look, shoulders forward. I think, again, proportions correctly in terms of his body. Just like to see him powered up in terms of his general shape. Nice class here. Thank you to these young folks for coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together as these exhibitors exit the arena for their time and effort out here today. This is your second call for Class 19 AOCs. Second call for Class 19 AOCs. This is your third call for Class 19 AOC steers. Third call for Class 19 AOC steers.
I think this class is incredibly good, and these top three bring a lot of good to the table, and we can honestly go down the line. I think 4 is awfully good. 5 obviously has a lot of high-quality pieces. The calf that I used to win here, I guess my initial impression, there's 1 or 2 areas that I'd like to change him. He's just a little fat-headed, not the longest-necked one in the world, and he's not just absolutely dead level out through his hip. But outside of that, I mean, he's got all the other advantages here in this particular class, and he really is the soundest structured of the top 5. In terms of the way he gets out and goes off of both ends, he's got some added foot size. I think in terms of his body shape, he easily sets the standard here in this particular class, and he's the absolute stoutest when you get right in behind him. I like his fresh fresh, firm handle, a calf that, again, puts a lot of very good things together, and I think still in the grand scheme of things puts a very high-quality look together here from the side profile. I'm drawn to a few pieces of the calf here in second. He's longer necked, he's higher tying, he's longer and leveler out through his hip. I think his general presence here from the side profile is very, very good. As you analyze him, it compares him back to our class winner. He's just a bit drier and staler in terms of his touch and handle. A calf that's not near as confident or athletic out of his hip and hind leg. He is just a bit deeper chested and coming with a shade more crest to the top side of his neck. But that's getting critical of a calf that I think, again, puts a lot of very high quality pieces together, one that can give you an awfully good look. The calf here in third continues to work up the lineup because there's nothing majorly wrong with him. And especially from an individual standpoint, I actually like his body shape and freshness and the where he's at in terms of his composition as good as any of them. His firm, fresh squareness right there out of the backside of his shoulder, something that I like. I like his hip and hind leg there on the stand. You send him into motion. He wants to duck his pins a bit more than what I'd like to see. I think the biggest thing is you'd like to lay his shoulder neater into his body, see his neck come a touch higher to the top side of his shoulder with a bit more extension. But that one's meat animal shape is very, very good. The calf that comes here in fourth, this one's come at a bit of a disadvantage here today, and I've been there. This calf's got a little bit of foot rot. I can see the green between his toes because actually he naturally has the right kind of skeletal build. I love his presence from the side. His basic proportions are awfully good. His body shape is impressive. Again, right there off those rear two, he just never wants to take a very comfortable or coordinated stride, so we put a calf that I think certainly puts a lot of good things together standing there in fourth. Fifth, I think from an individual standpoint, you like in terms of his length of spine, his levelness out through his hip. He's got that extended look from his shoulders forward from that ever-telling three-quarter shot. He's quite a bit flatter in his body shape. He wants to flatten right there in his center stifle and lower quarter. Just not near as neat in terms of his overall presence and powerful look there from the side profile. The Hereford calf that comes here next from his shoulders back is one that I like an awful lot. His bold, powerful body shape, his added dimension when you get right in behind him. That one's stout featured in the way that he goes to the surface. Again, up front, maturity's getting the better of him here today as you study him in his crest, just his jaw, and then the way he goes down into his chest. He's starting to stale up in his touch just a bit right there out of the backside of his shoulder. But general power and stoutness a feature that goes to the surface or the right kind of flexibility. I like that calf an awful lot. The dark red calf I think is interesting. And he's sound. He's got a good running gear and just stoutness of feature as he goes to the surface. Plenty of extension from his shoulders forward. He's almost a little too long-bodied. He looks like he still needs another 30 days. But that one's got plenty of dimension from up above. Again, he just needs a bit more power and punch right there in his body shape to truly appreciate all the neat pieces he has. Young man's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. We got a calf coming here next, maybe at a bit of a weight disadvantage, but he's still got the quality to move up in this particular class. His lines are good. His extension is good. I do think he legitimately is just a little flatter in terms of his general build. I'd like to see that calf set back in his angles here today. But again, a good-looking one there on the stand. The calf that comes here next, I like in terms of his dense, powerful look. And it's from that three-quarter shot that he comes back out of his shoulder right into a powerful, bold rib cage. He opens up square right there to the backside of his shoulder. And I think certainly has enough just attractiveness there in his hip and hind leg. Up front, he's just a little jammed up in terms of his look and extension. I'd like to tidy him up in terms of where his shoulder lays into his body and just lengthen him out in his overall look. But a powerful kind of a calf, especially from that three-quarter shot. The Herefords that come next, we got one here. It's good looking, sound structured, just a little flat everywhere, but I think he can give you an awfully high quality look. We got one here that closes out this class, just fighting this young lady the whole time. He's got the right kind of dimension, the right kind of stoutness of feature as he goes to the ground. Got a little swelling, and it's starting to hold him up a bit in terms of his overall movement. A calf that's maybe a bit more mature from his shoulders forward, but all in all, good kind of a calf to close out this lineup. Congratulations, those exhibitors, an awfully high quality top trio.
All righty, your results from Class 18 Red AOB Steers. First in that class is Lane Hagan from Lavaca County 4-H. Second is Caden Mason from Montgomery County 4-H. Third is Ethan Adams from Lamar County 4-H. Fourth is Reese Thane from Guadalupe County 4-H. Fifth is Kate Hilburn from Denver City FFA. Sixth is Hunter Latham from Lake Creek FFA. Seventh is Jack Sturridson from San Saba County 4-H. Eighth is Kaylin Shaleen from Wise County 4-H. Ninth is Katie Irwin from Seguin FFA. 10th is Leighton McNabb from Lamb County 4-H. And 11th is Brooklyn Kunkel from Medina County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class champions for the red AOB division. Leading the pack is Kenneth McGinty, first place out of Class 17, red AOBs. Behind him is Lane Hagan from Lavaca County 4-H. Second out of Class 17 is Kaylee Rumfold from Lavernia FFA. And second place out of Class 18 is Caden Mason from Montgomery County 4-H. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these red AOB exhibitors out here today. Also, I need Kaylee Guerrero. Kaylee Guerrero, your class is lining up in the staging area. If you have a Class 19 AOC, please make your way to the staging area now.
Very, very good set of red cattle here. If you would, please put your hands together for all of these exhibitors and those that went back to the barn. I think cattle out here that do a lot of things right, and if you're standing ringside and you're looking at these four cattle and thinking, man, they don't maybe match up just 100%, I would say if you ever asked me what my kind of cattle is, I would tell you that I'm a have your cake and eat it too kind of a guy. And so when it comes to judging cattle, and my wife tells me in every other facet of our lives that's probably a little annoying to try to do everything that you absolutely want to, but in cattle, it's just everything. I want everything. I want cattle that are stout. I want cattle that are sound. I want cattle that are sound, and that's the have your cake and eat it too kind of a mentality. And I think there's cattle out here that maybe do that in different ways, but they all do that to a very high degree. They're stout, they're sound, they're good looking, they put proportions together correctly, and I think that they're cattle that certainly have a great deal of just quality in terms of their overall look and presence. I think there's one out here that stands out, and maybe he's not necessarily, if I drawed one up perfectly my kind, he's maybe not that, but man, do I think he does things right in terms of skeletal build, in terms of true power, in terms of still having the right kind of look and presence there from this side profile. I think we got one that's certainly awfully good. If you would, please, one more time, put your hands together for these exhibitors here in our reds. They brought us an awesome set of cattle.
And your champion, red AOB steer, goes to Mr. Lane Hagan from Lavaca County 4-H. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause.
The second comes back out of that tough heavyweight class, and I think a calf that certainly puts a lot of neat things together in terms of his general presence and just quality look here from the side profile. That calf certainly does that to a very high degree. He's powerful. I think from just an overall individual standpoint, one that's still sound and comfortable on the go. He wasn't quite just as square and fresh to the touch. A calf that's maybe just a bit drier in terms of his general appearance here today, but man, does that one give you a powerful look with the right kind of just overall appearance and the right kind of skeletal build. The calf, and we'll talk him real quick here out of Class 1, is one that I liked an awful lot, just in terms of his skeletal correctness, his foot size, the way he gets out and goes with that kind of reach and athleticism, and still one that's attractive in terms of his skeleton. Again, those are the pieces that I'm drawn to. I like his body shape. I think one that from the side profile, he maybe looks like one that's heavier than he actually is in terms of just his crest and maturity. A calf that's maybe not quite as just youthful and square and dimensional in terms of his shape, but he's got more than enough from up above. And again, I like that one, just basic build and design underneath. It was close, and that champion came out of an awfully tough class. We're going to use this second place riding behind him.
And your reserve champion, red AOB steer of Rodeo Austin, is Mr. Caden Mason of Montgomery County 4-H. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause. We need Kylie Guerrera. Kylie Guerrera from Santa Ana FFA. Please bring your steer to the staging area. Kylie Guerrera of Santa Ana FFA, you are missing your class. Just a quick reminder is when you're loading out today, you need to come through the same way through the Howdy lot as you came in when you brought your stuff in. And when loading out, please move quickly and efficiently so that we can get everybody out here in a fashionable manner here today. This is your first call for Class 20 AOC steers. First call for Class 20 AOC steers.
Good set of little ones here as we kick off in our AOCs. And I think, again, a great deal of quality. And this set's going to be pretty fun to sort through. A lot of different types and kinds, and certainly some cattle that fit me extremely well. On this side, some minor differences that keep them over here. We got a calf here in that third hole. I think if he was either a little cleaner jointed or a little softer legged, he'd be one that makes it over here because I like his look and his general just square, powerful shape that he comes out of the backside of his shoulder with. He's a little puffy hawked and a little more restricted in his movement than what I'd like to see. That one's got some neat pieces. Young lady's gray and white steer here represents a good kind. He's easy feeding. He's good bodied. He's got enough dimension. I think still balances proportionally here from the side profile. with some of the uniqueness on that side of the ring. He's just a bit plainer in terms of his general appearance. I'd like to pick him up and lengthen him out in terms of just his presence there from the side profile. As we keep rolling around here, I think there's one right at the end of the lineup. It's got a great look from his shoulders forward. He's fresh in terms of his dimension from up above. He's just been out horsed right there through his center body. I'd like to see just more mass when you get right in behind him, but certainly a good-looking one there at the end of the lineup. Thank you again to all these exhibitors for coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors exiting the arena a big round of applause for their time and effort out here today. This is your third call for Class 20 AOC Steers. Third call for Class 20 AOC Steers. Again, if you have been a breed champion or reserve breed champion, please come see me on the south end of the arena in the announcer stand. I'd like to get a little information from you. Thank you. Just a friendly reminder, we will be taking a lunch break after Class 22. Lunch break after Class 22. If you had a placing steer from yesterday and you have not put that steer on the truck yet, please do so as soon as possible. All placing steers need to go to the truck as soon as possible. Again, just a safe reminder in the barn and in the arena, please be wearing your mask. Thank you.
I really like the way this class came together, and I think a pair of them up top, they have a great deal of quality and not taking anything away from 3, 4, 5, but these two are awfully good. And the solid gold steer that we used to win here, I think one that in terms of his presence, the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder separates him over the calf in second. He still opens back bolder in terms of his body shape. He has more true squareness and dimension from up above, and he carries that back out over his hip and as he goes to his stifle. A calf that I think gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. He may not be the most attractive in terms of his hind leg, but he still uses it adequately. And again, a calf here from the side profile that are hard to draw up just like that. The calf that comes in second is one that I prefer in terms of the angle to his hip and hind leg, his added foot size at the surface. A calf that from an individual standpoint proportions out awfully good. I like his body shape, just his general appearance here from the side profile, and he's fresh and firm to the touch. A calf by comparison, back to our class winner, just not near as neat looking from his shoulders forward, not near as long and square out of his hip. A calf that as you get right in behind him wants to plane to his stifle just ever so slightly and has a bit of swelling right there on his hock is enough to put him second behind an awfully good class winner. The calf that comes here in third, I think from an individual standpoint, you like an awful lot in terms of his look and eye appeal here from the side profile, just the way that his neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder, the way that he comes back into his rib cage right out of his sternum, and everything makes sense from there on back. By comparison, back to those two directly ahead of him, he's a little frailer. He's just a little flatter in terms of his general dimension when you get right in on top of him, but a good-looking, sound one standing there in third. The black and white one that comes here next, I think one that you like an awful lot just in terms of his pieces. He is wild-necked. He is big-backed and big-pinned. A calf that's got a big set of feet and legs underneath of him. He's a little piecey. I'd like to see his shoulder set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. I'd like to see him take his squareness from up above deeper into his stifle and lower quarter and be just a bit more coordinated in terms of his movement there off his rear two when we send him in motion, but stopped and set up from the side profile. That one's got a wild, good look to him. The calf that comes here in fifth, I think a good kind in terms of his dimension and easy feeding look right there through his midrib. His added power when you get right in behind him over the calf directly in front of him. He's more shapely in his stifle and lower quarter and gets out and goes comfortably out of his hip and hind leg. Biggest thing for me is I need to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. I'd like to see a bit more of a youthful look from his shoulders forward for being here in Class 1, but a good kind of a calf standing there in fifth. As we continue down the lineup, the white steer that comes out next, just an absolute truck in terms of his shape and dimension, power from up above, a calf that still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends, and I think can give you an awfully neat look from his shoulders forward. As you send him into motion, he wants to open up in his shoulder and kick forward just a little bit in terms of his skeleton. He is naturally a bit rounder in terms of the way that he's built out of his hip and hind leg. So we put a powerful one with some neat pieces standing there in sixth. As we keep going down the lineup, we got a gold one that I'm really drawn to from this side. His general look and appearance, I think, is awfully impressive. The way that he's built from his shoulders forward and collected in his top line from there on back. He goes to the ground as comfortable and as attractive as any of them. He's just a bit flatter in terms of his body shape. He's just a bit staler to the touch when you get your hands on him, but a good-looking, sound one right there. We got one coming here next that I think is interesting, and his look from his shoulders forward and the shape and dimension he has from there on back is absolutely impressive. I need to see him cleaner in terms of his joint work. I'd like to see him get out and go with just a bit more athleticism to truly appreciate what he has in terms of that shape and overall look. The white calf that comes out next handles the best out of any of them. Right there out of the backside of his shoulder and over his loin. He's got the biggest, freshest shape, and he touches firm. A calf that I think is still comfortable in his lower angles. As you send him into motion, he wants to tighten up in his spine and kick up in terms of his center body shape. He's naturally just a bit harder in that regard and has a bit more crest and maturity from his shoulders forward. But from that topside view, and when you get your hands on him, he's the best in this particular class. The gold steer that comes here next, I think one in terms of just that easy feeding look right there through his midrib, you certainly appreciate. He starts big up high right there out of the backside of his shoulder, but he starts to flatten as you come there back over his loin and out through his hip. He too is just a bit coarser in terms of his overall design. The white calf that closes here, I'll tell you, this young man's a gamer. I actually didn't pull this one. He just pulled out in the middle of the lineup, and we didn't catch it until right there at the end. I think still he's a good-looking one that's sound off of both ends, a calf that has more than enough dimension from just an industry standpoint. Out here today, he's just a bit flatter in terms of his overall shape. He's just a bit frailer as you go to the ground, but a good-looking, sound one to close out the class. Nice class there. I think an awfully good top pair.
Your results from Class 19 AOC Steers. First in that class is Jaylee Poole from Ira FFA. Second is Georgia Tusa from Falls County 4-H. Third is Preston Pustiowski from Abbott FFA. Fourth is Scotland Bickle from Abernathy FFA. Fifth is Trail Schroeder from Thrall FFA. Sixth is Corbin Earhart from Lubbock County 4-H. Seventh is Cayman Cody from Toller FFA. Eighth is Emma Lane from Canyon Lake FFA. Ninth is Madden Weiss from Brown County 4-H. And 10th in that class is Jordan Koonsman from Blum FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 20 AOC Steers. Just a few friendly reminders. We will be taking a lunch break after Class 22 of the AOCs. A lunch break will be taken after Class 22 of the AOCs. Also, we will be reweighing those champions and reserve breed champions before the grand drive this afternoon. If I could get Logan Netterville to come up here to the announcer stand on the south end of the arena. Logan Netterville and True Schroeder, if you will come see me in the announcer stand. Thank you. This is your first call for Class 21 AOC Steers. First call for Class 21 AOC Steers. This is your second call for Class 21 AOC Steers. Second call for Class 21 AOC Steers.
Really good class here in the second class of AOCs, and I think a great deal of quality as we've seen in each and every other one of these classes. As we look down this lineup on this side of the ring, I think still a good bit of neat pieces, maybe some cattle that are close to being on that side. Just a few things to change up. The calf in the front of the lineup, good looking, one that's got a lot of shape from up above. Need to set him back in his angles just a touch. The young lady right here in kind of the pinkish shirt, I think one that's so dense in his body shape and powerful from up above. Just like to pull him apart and see him a little more extended in terms of his presence there from the side profile, lean him and freshen him up a bit in terms of his overall appearance. The team right here in the purple, I think, doing an absolutely excellent job getting this calf shown. He's good looking. He's got a lot of shape from up above. Now, I think he reads right here from the side profile and his proportions. Just like to soften him up in his angles just a bit, but I sure am proud of that young lady and how she's doing out here showing. The young man with the calf here straight away, I think one that's good looking from his shoulders forward, enough body, enough just structural correctness. Just need to see a bit more shape from right there on top of him. The one that we have over here on the end, the gray calf, shaped up, high cut ability in terms of just his handle, as you kind of expect from one that looks like that. Just a bit harsher in terms of his body type. I'd like to see him get out and go with a bit more flexibility, but certainly a good set of them here that are leaving the ring. Thank you to all those young folk for coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors exiting the arena for their time and efforts out here today. This is your third call for Class 21 AOC Steers. Third call for Class 21 AOC Steers. This is your final call for Class 21 AOC Steers. Final call for Class 21 AOC Steers. Again, we will be taking a lunch break after Class 22 of the AOCs, a lunch break after Class 22 of the AOCs. As you head out today, make sure that you have your trailer release form when picking up your trailer. Make sure that you have your trailer release form that you picked up when you came in. Just a quick reminder, if you had a sale steer yesterday that did not go on the truck yesterday, you must take them to the truck as soon as possible. All sale steers need to go to the truck as soon as possible.
Good class of them here, and I think a lot of good trade-offs back and forth between these top two. In terms of his basics, the calf that we used to win, I think separates himself here in this particular class. A calf that easily has the most true body shape, easily has the most just true top side spread and dimension, pin width, center stop from the lower quarter over the calf there in second. He still proportions awfully good here from the side profile. He's not near as neat to the top side of his neck. He's not near as long and level out through his hip, but again, structural correctness, body shape, mass and dimension from up above, and still gives you a quality look here from the side profile. That calf's a standout in all those regards. The one that comes here in second is one to me that I'm drawn to in terms of his general presence. His neck comes higher to the top side of his shoulder with more look. I like the way that he carries himself down his top line and out through his hip over the calf that I used to win this particular class. One that goes to the ground, I think with an attractive skeletal correctness in terms of his lower joints. I like his added foot size at the surface. He's got a little too much swelling on his hock than what I'd personally like to see. He's flatter in his forerib shape and doesn't open up quite as big right there out of the back side of his shoulder. Man, is that a good-looking one as you study him up through his front 1/3 and how he carries his top line. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. The calf that comes here in third on the stand, I think, is one that you can get pretty fired up about. His bold body shape and added power from up above is certainly impressive. I think he still proportions correctly here from the side profile. Send that guy into motion. He's just a bit straighter off of both ends. I'd like to loosen him up in terms of his lower skeleton and just lengthen him out in terms of his build here from the side. That thing's surely powered up when you get right in behind him. The Great Baldy coming out next is one that I'm drawn to just for his easy feeding look and his body shape and presence here from the side profile. A calf that still can give you quality just presence up through his front 1/3. He's plenty long out through his hip, more than enough dimension from up above. He's not near as attractive in terms of his hind leg and how he uses it. I would like to tidy him up in his chest floor and see him just a bit neater in terms of his crest, but that one still gives you a good look, more than enough dimension. Young lady coming here next, I'm surely proud of just for how she's been working with this calf, and he's not really been helping her out too much, but this one's powerful. Got a really firm, fresh handle. I like that one's flexibility at the surface. He's just a bit more jammed up off of both ends. I'd like to lengthen him out, pick him up in his pin set, tidy him up in his chest floor, but sound and awfully, awfully good when you get your hands on him. As we keep moving down the lineup, we got this one next that I honestly really wanted to use when he's standing because just his back shape, His pin set, his look up through his front 1/3, and the way he's put together here from the side profile is awfully, awfully good. He's got as many concerns from a structure standpoint as any of them. Back there on that back left, he's one that he's not quite right in terms of how his foot is actually assembled. He's got a little bit of swelling in that spot, and one that I just like to set back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. But right here, and especially from that 3/4 shot, he opens up and has as much just true shape working down the backside of his shoulder as any of them. The white steer that comes next, big-footed, got a big back in him. He's got more than enough look from his shoulders forward. He's just got a little too much shoulder here relative to how he comes back into his body shape where he's a little flatter. A calf I'd like to pick up and lengthen out through his hip. The gold steer that comes out next, I think a good kind of a calf. He's long-bodied, enough dimension, enough body. He's plenty sound enough. He just doesn't have any extras. He's a bit frailer in terms of his foot size. I'd like to see just a bit more of a unique presence here from the side profile and shape when you get your hands on him. The gray baldy that comes next, I think certainly an easy feeding kind and certainly one that you wouldn't mind having a pen full. He, again, just needs a few extras to move up higher. If we could change up his proportions, chest to flank, or stouten him up in terms of his feature, I think it changes the overall look of that calf. The yellow steer that comes here next is long-bodied as you'd like to see one with plenty of extension from his shoulders forward. He's sound on the go. I think his length of body is starting to work to his disadvantage. He doesn't really balance up right there through his midrib. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his feature as he goes to the surface. A white calf here that I think on the stand you like in terms of his extension. He's got a good handle as you study him right there out of the backside of his shoulder and plenty of stoutness of feature as he goes to the surface. It's also as he goes to the surface you'd like to change him. He wants to turn out up front, get a bit coarser about his hock, and go just a bit straighter off of his rear too. But again, good looking up front, plenty of power from up above. Good class there. I think a nice top pair.
Alrighty, results from Class 20 AOC steers. First in that class is Hunter Chambers from Stony Point FFA. Second is Mary Cruz Zuniga from Cypress Park FFA. Third is Kinsley Wolf from Lexington FFA. Fourth is Carly Robinette of Midland County 4-H. Fifth is Jenley Woodley of Tahoka FFA. Sixth is Brooklyn Riley of Cisco FFA. Seventh is Ryland Thompson of Andrews FFA. Eighth is Maze Hada of Williamson County 4-H. Ninth is Danielle Roby of Williamson County 4-H. 10th is Gunnar Coburn of Sterling County 4-H, and 11th is Sean LaFesti of Milam County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 21 AOC steers. Just a friendly reminder, we will be taking a lunch break after Class 22. Lunch break after Class 22. This is your first call for Class 22. First call for Class 22 AOC Steers. As our judge gets a handle on things out there, we would just like to make an announcement. When you're loading out, make sure that you go through the howdy lot the way you came in, and make sure that you move efficiently and quickly so that we can get everybody out of here in a mannerable fashion. This is your second call for Class 22 AOC Steers. Second call for Class 22 AOC Steers.
Got a great deal of quality here in this particular class, and I think it's going to be fun to sort through these on this side of the ring here in a minute. Over here, we still got a lot of quality, and I think it all starts with that calf there at the front of the lineup. He's close. I like his look. I like his balance. I like his shape from up above. He just needs to go better. He's a little frailer at the surface, built just a bit straighter off of both ends, and never really just takes a long, comfortable stride. But, man, that one can give you a good look. As we keep moving down the lineup, we got a yellow steer here that I think the front two-thirds of his body are good. He's got a good body shape. He's got enough look up front. Out of his rear, too. He just wants to flatten a bit more right there through his center stifle. Not near as coordinated in terms of his movement. We got a white one here that is ripped up right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He's got a ditch running down his back and a ton of true shape when you get right in behind him. Just doesn't balance up quite as neat there from the side profile. The white calf in the corner, I think Sound certainly has enough look up through his front end. Just wants to plane up and be a bit more stale in terms of his touch, as you get your hands on him. But all in all, I think certainly a quality set here exiting the ring. Certainly appreciate these exhibitors coming out here today.
As these folks exit the ring, let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause for their time and effort out here today. This is your third call for Class 22 AOC Steers. Third call for Class 22 AOC Steers. Again, after the conclusion of Class 22, we will take a lunch break. After the conclusion of Class 22, we will take a lunch break. As our judge sorts through these, we want to steer you in the right direction, no pun intended, but make sure that we have all those sale cattle to the truck. But regarding breed champions and reserve breed champions, all sale cattle that are not breed champions and reserve breed champions need to go to the truck as soon as possible. Thank you. This is your final call for Class 22 AOC Steers. Final call for Class 22 AOC Steers. We need Catherine Dupro of Cypress Park FFA. Catherine of Cypress Park FFA, to be making your way to the staging area with your Class 22 AOC steer.
Well, I think if those big ones want it later on, they're going to have to come and take it because this class right here is awfully, awfully good. And I think we got a lot of neat pieces. Never a question on where to start. This one that wins is a stud. And I'm talking from the ground up, big-footed, awesome structured, attractive in terms of his skeleton. He's right in terms of his spine. Neck comes directly out of the top side of his shoulder with a great deal of look and still plenty of stoutness of feature. He's got a fresh, firm handle. Everything makes sense on that calf. I think he's awfully, awfully good. Young lady's doing a great job getting him shown. I think 2 and 3 are tough, and it's because, honestly, and I'm not blind, guys, the calf in third has a pretty big, glaring hole, and he's got some swelling on his hock, but he's got a lot of good to him. The calf that comes here in second is smoother in terms of his joint work. He is more comfortable in terms of his stride. I think he opens up bigger right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He's really good to the handle, back over his loin. I like the way that he's built in his hip and hind leg. He's just a bit more mature in terms of his crest. I'd like to see him hook up neater from his shoulder back into his forward. But right there, that calf can give you an awfully, awfully good look. Got a great deal, just true squareness and dimension working from up above. As I said there, as you get right in behind the cattle, this calf has some swelling. And it's not hard to see, but I think when you really analyze that calf, he has a lot of neat pieces. Good looking up front, big and fresh right there to the backside of his shoulder, and he handles awfully, awfully good to the touch. One that's good in his body shape. I think his general lines and the way that he goes to ground in terms of just his skeletal correctness and joint work, he's sound and he's still attractive. Again, he's got that one area I'd like to change. He too needs to be bolder right there in his forerib. I wish he was just a bit bigger right there out of the backside of his shoulder. For as much true shape as he has, he doesn't have near as much mass. The blue steer's awfully good, and he represents a good kind of cattle, the stout feature, that's good body, that has enough just true power from up above. He's not near as out there in terms of his look when you study him up through his front 1/3. He's just a bit shorter and rounder out through his hip, but powerful bodied, a lot of dimension from up above, and still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. The calf that comes here in fifth, I think here from the side profile is one that you're drawn to, or at least I surely am. I like his added extension. I like the way that he comes from there on back, and he's fresh in terms of just his handle. I think he's one that still reads attractive in terms of his overall appearance and proportions. As we send him into motion, he wants to turn out a bit more up front than what I'd like to see. He's just a bit more rigid off those rear two. But, man, does he give you a good look there from the side profile. The calf that comes next is one that I pulled off the wall, and he continued to work up the lineup because in terms of just meat animal shape and the basics, that one does an awfully good job. He's got a lot of true turn right there to the backside of his shoulder, and how he carries that back over his loin. He's bold and round in his body shape and comfortable on the go. As you step back off him and analyze him from a balance standpoint, he's a little crestier to the top side of his neck. He's just a little bit frailer as he goes to the ground. It kind of throws off his general balance. That one's got a lot of shape from up above. The yellow steer's one that I just wish went better off his rear two because, man, can he give you a good look here from the side. For as dense and powerful as he is in his body shape, to have that kind of look and extension up front and stoutness to the surface is something that I'm drawn to. Again, as you get right in behind him, he wants to kind of get outside of his body wall. He does flatten right there in his center stifle and lower quarter just from a general shape standpoint, but stopped and set up, he can give you an awfully cool look. The dark gray steer is one that I think has some neat pieces. And I think ones that are built like that up through their front end in terms of extension and just a cute little head on them typically don't have that kind of power from there on back in terms of his body shape and true dimension and his upper pin set and the way he carries that down through his center stifle and lower quarter. He's got enough flexibility off his rear two. Up front, he needs to be set back further in the angle to his shoulder and knee and then transition a bit more seamless from his shoulder into his forerib, but some neat pieces there. Young man's got a good one here with this white calf. Really, really big-footed. Got a lot of extra just stoutness of feature. One that I think is plenty easy feeding in terms of his body shape. He's a little past his end point, a little stale to the touch. A calf is starting to flatten up just a bit more when you get right in behind the cattle. Young lady has one coming here next, bold and fresh in his body shape, enough mass from up above. Doesn't balance up or proportion quite like I'd like to see him here today, but I think certainly represents a nice kind of cattle. The gray steer is a little bit more the same, a good, easy feeding one that's got enough dimension from up above. He's a little bit more mature from his shoulders forward, and I wish he had a bit more stoutness of feature at the surface to truly appreciate what that calf has going on. The calf that comes here next just strictly putting your hands on him, he might be as good as any of them in this class. He's really fresh and firm to the touch and still has enough cover. Back over his 12th and 13th, he's just a bit more stilty off of both ends. I'd like to lay his tail head neater in the backside of his hip. The calf that closes on the other end of the spectrum, one that I'd say in this particular class be the safest grading option. He's got a little more on him. He's a little bit more general in terms of his shape, and I think that's starting to work to his disadvantage here just from a show ring perspective. He's a bit plainer in his appearance. He's got a little more on him and just a bit more mature in terms of those visual indicators, but certainly an easy feeding kind that closes out this class. Congratulations, those exhibitors. I think a standout class winner.
Folks, grab your oven mitts and your sunglasses because things are heating up out here in the AOC division. Your results from Class 21. First in that class is Rayleigh Bain of Randall County 4-H. Second in that class is Carson Kaufman of Guadalupe County 4-H. Third is Riley Meeks of Alvord FFA. Fourth is Harrison Sides of Comanche FFA. Fifth is Gage Nichols of Blanco FFA. Sixth is Carson Carpenter of Paradise FFA. Seventh is Tinley Rowland of Snyder FFA. Eighth is Michaela Terry of San Saba County 4-H. Ninth is Peyton Winso of McCullough County 4-H. 10th in that class is Emlyn Mouser of Travis County 4-H. 11th is Abby Jennings of Travis County 4-H. And 12th is Avery Villarreal of Falls City FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 22 AOC Steers. Just a quick reminder, we will be taking a lunch break after this class in the ring right now. Lunch break after this class in the ring right now. Just a friendly reminder, if you are placings 1 through 4 today, you need to take a picture for the premium sale. All placings 1 through 4 need to take a picture today for the premium sale. Also, friendly reminder, the sale will be held this Saturday. Each exhibitor will receive 2 wristbands to attend the sale, and they must be present for the sale on Saturday. Just a friendly reminder for all breed champion and reserve breed champions, we will be reweighing those cattle before the champion drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions will be reweighed before the champion drive. If we could get Riley Meeks from Alvord FFA back there to the north end of the ring to take your picture. Riley Meeks from Alvord FFA to take your picture in the back.
I think this class is fixing to get awfully good as we break down that set on that side. Still, as you've heard me say time and time again here over the last 2 days, a great deal of quality over here. We got this calf right there at the front of the lineup. He's close. I like his body shape, his mass from up above. He still proportions adequately here from the side profile. I'd like to tidy him up in his chest floor and just see him take a longer, more comfortable stride off his rear too. But I think that one's still an awfully nice animal. Young lady's got a gold one there, long-bodied, attractive in his hip and hind leg. Just like to see him stoutened up in terms of his feature and just a shade more powerful in terms of his shape. Young man's got a red and white kind of semi-colored one here that I think's good in terms of his lines down his top. Takes his neck high to the top side of his shoulder, enough stoutness to the ground. As you get right in behind him, he's just a bit flatter and more general in terms of his shape. So we leave one that I think can give you a good look standing there. Young man's got a gold one here that I think on the stand you like in terms of his body shape and fresh, firm handle from up above. You send him into motion. He's just a bit shorter off of both ends. I think for not having near as much body depth, he is one that has just a bit more chest. All in all, an awfully good set that we have here leaving the ring. Certainly appreciate all these kids for coming out here today.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors exiting the arena here today for their time and effort out here. Just a friendly reminder, we will have the grand drive 30 minutes after the champion AOC steer has been selected. The grand drive will be held 30 minutes after the champion AOC steer has been selected. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We have 2 trucks that are blocking our semis that need to get out immediately. If you have a truck blocking a semi truck out there, please move that as quickly as possible. We need to get them out ASAP.
And in that last class, I thought that chop trio was pretty darn good, and I still really do like that class winner. But when you talk about three animals that put a lot of very good things together, and I think all three of them are extremely competitive, we got them right here. And this one that I used to win, I kind of dared the show me more, and I think we got more right here in this calf. In terms of his basic build and design and stoutness of feature, the way he goes to the ground as attractive as he does, and then comes from there on up with such a bold, powerful body shape. A calf that feeds like a true fat steer right there out of the backside of his shoulder. I love the way that he comes back out of his hip. One that still proportions awfully good here from the side profile. He's maybe not near as just high tying as a couple of them that we've seen out here today, but man, everything makes sense on that calf, and I think he gives you such just a meat animal, powerful look. The calf that comes here in second is maybe just the upgrade in terms of his presence up through his front end. A calf that handles like a show sheep. He's got a thin hide. He's fresh and firm to the touch. I love the way that he handles back over his loin and then comes back out of his hip. He's attractive in his lower skeleton. His proportions read awfully good. By comparison back to what I think is an impressive class winner, he's just a bit tighter right there in his heart and forerib. He's not near as stout featured as he goes to the ground, and not near as just flexible in terms of his lower pastern right there off his rear too. But all in all, I love that one on the stand, especially when you get your hands on him. The red and white calf is one that I think from up above is impressive. He feeds good right there to the backside of his shoulder. He's got a mellow handle, and one that I think will grade good when it's all said and done. I think from an individual standpoint, he still proportions nice here from the side profile. I think his color pattern is working a bit at his disadvantage. He is naturally a little bit frailer as you go to the ground, but I think a calf that certainly puts a lot of good things together. Maybe not near as neat in terms of his presence and look in terms of his crest up front, but I think, again, a good fat steer, especially when you study him from up above. The kind of roan-colored calf here that comes next, I think one that a bit more of a low rider, but balances up appropriately for it. A calf that's got plenty of extension from his shoulders forward. He's powerful in terms of his body shape. He's got enough dimension from up above. One that as you go to the ground, he's not near as comfortable in terms of his rear leg. He's not near as stout featured in terms of his foot size. And from up above, he is just a shot plainer in terms of his shape. But right there from the side, that one can give you an awfully good look. The calf that comes here next is the stoutest in this particular class. And there's no question, right there out of the backside of his shoulder, he's got the most mass. He's got as much true foot size and just feature as you go to the ground. With all that power, it works to his disadvantage, and the young man's doing a great job getting it shown out of him. But you send him into motion, he drops his front end, and his chest falls out of him. He wants to kick up in his center spine a bit more and just never really takes a long athletic stride off his rear too. But from up above, that one's got a ton of just true product. The calf that comes next, I think an animal that certainly has a lot of just true dimension and squareness up high. A calf that I think still has more than enough look from his shoulders forward. He's long-bodied. A calf that still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. He's not near as attractive as you go to the ground. A calf that doesn't proportion quite as neat from his chest back into his mid-rib. When this young lady gets this red baldy stuck and gets his spine pulled down in him, he can give you an awfully cool look. The way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder with that extension to come back so bold and just robust in his body shape with that kind of just stoutness when you get right in behind the cattle is something I'm drawn to. You send him into motion, a calf that kicks up in his spine and breaks right in behind his shoulder. He's naturally built, just a shot straighter off of both ends, but a cool looking one right there on the side. The calf that comes out next is one that continued to work up for me because he's good on the handle. I like the way that he feeds right there to the backside of his shoulder. A calf that I think maybe a bit more old school in terms of his lines, got enough look up front. He's long bodied, he's got enough extension back there out through his hip and goes to the ground on a stout feature. He's a bit harsher right there in his body type. I'd like to see him have just a bit more flexibility off of both ends out here today. The gold calf that comes here next, I think he's sound. He offsets the calf directly in front of him in terms of his basic build and design. A calf that's got a ton of true product. When you get right in behind the cattle, he doesn't balance up quite as appropriately. I like to tidy him up in terms of his shoulder, see a bit more length and extension off of both ends to make that calf truly come together. The steer that comes next, one that I think in terms of just a good kind, that one puts a lot of good things together. He's sound, he's big bodied, he's got enough dimension, he handles good. A calf that I think just a bit plainer in terms of his overall appearance. I'd like to neaten him up in his chest floor, see him lengthened out and firmed up just a bit in terms of his muscle pattern. The calf that closes out this particular class, good good looking, long bodied, high tying. I think still plenty flexible off of both ends. He's been out horsed right through the middle portion of his skeleton. I'd like to power him up when you get right in behind the cattle, but a good looking one there to close out our lineup. Congratulations, those exhibitors. I think an awfully nice top trio.
Your results from Class 22 AOC Steers. First in that class is Kate Munson of Shallow Water FFA. Second is Stratton Schertz of Ropes FFA. Third is Paisley Grolski of McLennan County 4-H. Fourth is Kelly Sefji of Gonzales County 4-H. Fifth in that class is Wyatt James of Sam Rayburn FFA. Sixth in that class is Silver Moorhart of Stevens County 4-H. Seventh is Kaya Anders of Bernie Champion FFA. Eighth in that class is Bella Parker of Hood County 4-H. Ninth is Claire Wright of Stockdale FFA. 10th is Michael Weston Wagner of Mills County 4-H. And 11th in that class is Taylor Simpson of Brown County 4-H. We will now have a lunch break. And also, Allen ISD, will you move your truck so that we can get the livestock trailers out? Allen ISD, please move your vehicle.
First call win.
Folks, if you would, please go by the Ram booth. Sign up for your chance to win a $75,000 voucher towards the purchase of a Ram product. Fine supporters of Rodeo Austin. Also, remember, keep those masks on for us and visit our souvenir booth on the south end of the barn. Great merchandise to support Rodeo Austin year-round. Thank you.
This is your first call for Class 23 AOC Steers. First call, Class 23 AOC Steers. This is your second call for Class 23 AOC. Second call, Class 23 AOC. This is your third call, Class 23. Third call, Class 23. Final call, Class 23. Final call, Class 23. All right, Nick, put your big boy pants on and pull your hat down tight. This is class 23 coming into the ring. Just a quick reminder, we all need to be wearing our mask in the arena and in the stands. Thank you. Just a quick reminder, if you had a first or second in the AOC classes before lunch, if you will bring those cattle back up here to the staging area, all first and seconds from the AOC division before lunch need to bring their cattle back to the staging area at this time. This is your first call for Class 24 AOCs. First call for Class 24 AOCs. Again, we need all first and second AOC steers before lunch to the staging area. All first and second AOC steers to the staging area at this time. Also, this is your second call for Class 24. Second call for Class 24.
Not by any surprise, but an awfully good class here. And going to be fun to sort through those directly behind me here in a second. But a great deal of quality still on this side of the ring. I think as you look up and down this lineup, you got a calf right out there in front with plenty of look from his shoulders forward. I think he's fresh and firm right there out of the backside of his shoulder. A calf that's built just a bit more up and down off of both ends. And I wish he had the same shape behind that he has from up above. As we continue down the lineup, you got a white steer with a big back working down him. Maybe just not quite as much look as you study him up front. The yellow calf's big-bodied and easy feeding, one that's maybe starting to work to his disadvantage. He's a bit softer to the touch and a bit more mature in terms of his type and kind. The gray steer right here on the end is good looking, and I think his basic presence is awfully nice. Again, one that's a bit frailer as you go to the ground, a bit more up and down in terms of his general build. Doesn't have near as much true dimension when you get right in behind him, but a good-looking one right there on the stand. Thank you to all these youngsters for coming out here and bringing their calves to show today.
Let's go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors exiting the arena at this time for their hard work and time out here today. This is your third call for Class 24 AOC steers. Third call for Class 24 AOC steers. Also, if you have a first or second AOC steer, first or second place AOC steer that was before lunch, please bring those cattle back to the staging area at this time. For all first and second places of the AOC division that was before lunch, if you could bring those cattle to the staging area at this time. All first and second place AOC steers need to be at the staging area.
Not really a question on where to start in this particular class. I just like looking at them, and so we took a little extra time there right there at the end. This thing is impressive. And in terms of just his general body shape and the way that he feeds out of the backside of his shoulder to have that much true power and shape when you get right behind the cattle and still move the way that he does, that's a unique combination that is hard to do. His presence here from the side profile to be that opened up and just dimensional everywhere and still stay tidy in his shoulder and neat in his chest floor. He's so good and youthful about his front end and still has a stout, just dense skull about him, and that really sets the stage from there on back. A calf that I like an awful lot. Young man doing an incredible job getting that thing shown. The gray paint that comes next in any other class would be one you'd rant and rave about because he's got some added bone. He's got some added just feature. He's good in his body shape, enough mass from up above, and still balances awfully good for all of his big pieces that he has out here today. By comparison back to what I think is an incredibly good animal, he's not quite as neat and seamless in his transition from his shoulder back into his forerib. A calf that when you get right behind him, not quite as expressive right there in his center stifle and lower quarter, and has just a bit more feature to his hock, I guess you'd say. I wouldn't call him coarse, but he isn't quite as smooth as our class winner. All in all, a very impressive second place there. I think a calf that's awfully good there on the stand. Young man, again, doing a great job getting him shown. I think the calf in third is no holes kind of an animal, and he's sound at the surface. He's got enough body, enough mass from up above, and I think from an individual standpoint, everything makes sense on that calf. He doesn't take anything quite as far to the extreme as the two directly in front of him. He's not near as trim and just youth from his shoulders forward. He's not near as opened up to the base of his rib cage, not near as stout featured and just attractive in the way that he goes to the ground. But I think as a big picture, a calf that puts a lot of things together in a right way. The calf that comes next, I think, is unique in terms of his general appearance from about his hock up. He really matches our class winner in terms of just his impressive, presence from his shoulders forward, his powerful, dense handle that he has right there out of the backside of his shoulder, and how he carries that out through his hip. And I like his body shape quite a bit. As you go down, I'd like to stouten that calf up in terms of his feature and set him back in his angles just a bit off of both ends. He's just a bit stilty, and you send him into motion. I think he definitely has that look on the go, but certainly a powerful kind of a calf with a neat look there from the side. The calf that comes here next is one that I think in terms of his basics does a lot of things right. He's big-footed. He gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. I like him in terms of his fresh body shape and his turn that he has right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He's so long, it's hard for him to balance up when you read him back into his flank and just how he comes back out of his sternum. A calf that's maybe just a touch more mature from his shoulders forward. But again, big picture things, that calf still does an awfully nice job. As we continue down the lineup, we got a darker gray steer that I think from the side, it's hard to draw him up like this. He's so good-legged. He's so good-bodied. He's got such just a neat look from his shoulders forward. From that rear view or from that three-quarter shot, he flattens a bit more in terms of his body shape. I'd like to just pry him apart in terms of his pin set and see a bit more shape down to his center stifle and lower quarter, but one that certainly gets out and goes with a flexible set of feet and legs and the right kind of body shape. A calf that we have coming here next, I think one that you like just in terms of his basics. He's sound, he's long-bodied, he's got enough dimension from up above, and he can still give you a good look. From a proportion standpoint, I'd like to change him. Neaten him up in his chest floor, see a bit more drop right there in his midrib, see his stifle shape carry a bit lower here from the side profile. He's a bit short tying, but again, I think a powerful kind of a calf that goes to the ground with enough flexibility. The calf that comes here next, a white one that's sound underneath. I think you like him in terms of just his look there up through his front 1/3, and he still remains collected in his top line. As you send him into motion, he wants to kick forward in his shoulder and have just a bit more feature to his shoulder. I'd like to pick him up and lengthen him out in terms of his pin set, but sound at the surface and some really unique pieces there from the side in terms of just his presence. The calf that comes next, I think, represents a good kind. He's easy feeding. He's got enough dimension. He's sound enough. A calf that just needs a few more of those impressive pieces to move up any higher here today. He's a bit plainer in terms of his appearance from his shoulders forward. He's just a bit more general in terms of his shape when you get right behind the cattle. The dark gray calf that comes next, big-backed, and one that kept working up here in this particular lineup. He's got a fresh, good handle on him right there to the backside of his shoulder. He doesn't balance up quite right. He's a bit more mature through the front third of his body. A calf that wants to cut up in his flank and just doesn't have near as much turn through his center stifle and lower quarter as what he does from up above. But right there to the backside of his shoulder, his back shape is absolutely impressive. We keep working down the lineup. Got a birthmark steer that's good-bodied, easy feeding. Just need to lengthen him out off of both ends. A white calf that does have that added length and extension up through his front end, goes to the ground on a big foot. Just need to see a bit more body shape and turn from behind. A dark orange steer that I think you like in terms of his length and extension. A calf that just needs stoutened up in terms of his feature and blown apart right there in his forerib shape. A dark gray calf with a big set of feet and legs underneath of him. Need to set him back in his angles up front, but I truly do appreciate that one shape from up above. A calf that closes, you've heard me say a few times today, represents a good kind. He's sound, he's big-bodied, he's easy feeding. It's starting to work to his disadvantage. He's getting a bit softer to the touch. I'd like to see just a bit more shape and expression when you get right behind the cattle. but I think that kind will always work whenever you study them from just a real world perspective. Nice class there. I think certainly some standouts up top.
Holy mackerel, what a good class there in 23. First in that class is Tristan Himes of Sterling County 4-H. Second in that class is Cannon Potter of Harris County 4-H. Third is London Bird of Lubbock County 4-H. Fourth is Cade Laney of Fredericksburg FFA. Fifth in that class is Mason Allen of Prairie Valley FFA. Sixth is Bryson Stone of Tahoka FFA. Seventh is Colton Carwile of Montgomery FFA. Eighth in that class is Kennedy Hobbs of Milam County 4-H. Ninth is Jade Cox of Granbury FFA. 10th is Jordan McCullough of Bear County 4-H. 11th is Cooper Hardcastle of Gonzales County 4-H. 12th in that class is Olivia Felix of Poth FFA. 13th is Maddox Dillon of Galveston County 4-H. 14th in that class is Miranda Jasso of Edinburgh Villa FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 24 AOCs. This is your first call for Class 25 AOCs, Class 25 AOCs. Also, a friendly reminder, if you make the sale today, please get those cattle to the truck as soon as possible. If you make the sale today and you're not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, please get those cattle to the truck as soon as possible. Just a friendly reminder, the grand drive will take place 30 minutes after the champion AOC has been selected. The grand drive will be 30 minutes after the champion AOC has been selected. If we could get all first and second place AOCs to the staging area, all first and second place AOCs to the staging area at this time. This is your second call for Class 25 AOCs. Second call for Class 25 AOCs.
Good set of these here in this class AOCs, and a great deal of quality that we're about to sort through, and I think still a lot of good cattle on this side of the ring. The young man at the front of the lineup has a calf that I think is awfully close to making it over here. If we could change him in one or two areas, just harden him up in his shape and have him be just a bit firmer to the touch, or stouten him up in his feature at the surface, I think that'd be enough to get him over here. The combination of the two is going to keep him on that side, but I think the young man's doing a great job getting that calf shown. He's got a lot of quality. As we keep working down the lineup, we got a gray steer here that's good looking from his shoulders forward and stout feature to the surface. Like to tidy him up in his chest forward and set him back in the angle to his shoulder ever so slightly, mostly from an aesthetic standpoint. It just throws off his balance there. We got a young lady right here. It's got one that's powerful and bold in his body shape. He's a bit more jammed up off of both ends. Doesn't really get out and go with the same kind of comfort as a few of these other cattle that we're about to sort through. Young lady over here has one that's cool marked about his head. He's got a lot of look up front. I think he's flexible enough to the surface. Just been out horsed right there to the center portion of his skeleton. Like to power him up right there to the back side of his shoulder. All in all, quality set. Let's give all those kids a round of applause for coming out here and showing today.
This is your second call for Class 25 AOCs. Second call for Class 25 AOCs. Mary Cruz Zuniga, if we could get your steer up to the staging area at this time. Mary Cruz Zuniga from Cypress Park FFA. Also, we need Carson Kaufman from Guadalupe County 4-H. Carson Kaufman from Guadalupe County 4-H to have your steer to the staging area at this time. This is your third call for Class 25 AOCs. Third call for Class 25 AOCs. Just a friendly reminder for all breed champions and reserve breed champions, we will be reweighing those steers before the champion drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions must be weighed before the champion drive.
Well, the heat keeps coming here, and another awesome, I guess, top 4 or 5 here that I think got a lot of neat things going on. The calf that I used to win, I think when you get your hands on him over the calf in second, quite a bit firmer and fresher right there to the backside of his shoulder. I prefer him right over his loin and just how he comes to his edge. A calf that's bolder and just fresher in terms of his body shape. You send him into motion. He's my preference out of his hip and hind leg, both of his attractiveness and the way that he goes to the ground. He's got quite a bit more presence when you analyze him from his shoulders forward. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee ever so slightly, but when he takes off and goes, he still reaches adequately in that regard. And a calf that outside of that one area, I think a pretty big time standout here in this particular class. It makes it close because I like the added stoutness of feature here in the calf in second. He is set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. From an individual standpoint, that's a calf that still gives you an awfully good look here. One that takes his neck high to the top side of his shoulder. He's dense in terms of his body shape. I think he's certainly got the right kind of just levelness out through his hip and goes to the ground on enough comfort off his rear too. He's built just a shot straighter and coarser about his hock. For his added shoulder, I wish he came back just a bit bolder right there in his heart and forerib. And if we could tidy him up or see him just a bit more youthful in his chest floor and his crest, I think then that pair gets a little closer because, again, a big featured, bold-bodied one with a lot of true just mass when you get right in behind him. The red and white calf that comes here in third, I'm a little surprised this thing hasn't gotten branded as a Cimbra, in all honesty. This thing's got a lot of good to him. He's big-backed, he's big-hipped, he's big-bodied, one that still gets out and goes on a big set of feet and legs with enough true comfort underneath. He's not near as picked up off either end as the cattle ahead of him. A calf that I'd like to see set down with just a bit more flexibility at the surface, although he still is plenty attractive in terms of the way he uses it. Just from right here on the stand, he doesn't have that same uniqueness or presence there from the profile, but I like his power parts that he's got. The calf that comes here in fourth is one that honestly is as good a handling animal as we've had here through the ring in the last 2 days. Right there out of the backside of his shoulder, how fresh and firm he is. He's got a ditch running down his back. He's big to his edges, got a lot of true shape when you get right in behind him. A calf that I like in terms of his presence, the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder and his freshness to his lines. I just need to see this one set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. He wants to turn out up front, doesn't hit quite as true to the ground. A calf that's just a bit flatter and harsher right there in his body shape. But again, up high, you get your hands on him, that thing is absolutely a beast. The calf that comes here next is one that I like in terms of the kind that he represents. He's sound. He's one that's big-bodied. He's got enough true dimension when you get right in behind him. Up front, he's getting a little mature in terms of just where his shoulder sits in him and his crest. A calf that's dropping a bit more chest floor. And the reason why he can't move up any higher is he's not necessarily an upgrade in terms of his structure out of his front end. He's starting to push forward and turn out just a touch in his own regard. But from there on back, a big-bodied, powerful kind of a calf that can still go off of his rear too. As we keep moving down the lineup, we got a calf here next that's cracked open in terms of his body shape, got a lot of true base width underneath. I think with that, it's starting to work to his disadvantage. He's getting a little too open to the ground up front, a little too restricted off his rear too, and a bit rounder off of both ends. But again, from that three-quarter shot, his body shape and pin width is impressive. The calf that comes next is one that I pulled off the wall because his handle was so good. And I think as he gets out here and finally pulls himself together, you can appreciate that one's stoutness to the surface, his added length of body, and again, just his shape when you get right in on top of him. He's a little piecier. I wish he hooked up better from his shoulder back into his forward. I wish he was just a bit neater in terms of his look from his shoulders forward, but I like his shape from up above. The yellow steer that comes here next, one that I like in terms of just his power, his dimension, his true shape when you get right in behind him. He's a little piecey as well. I wish he went to the ground a bit smoother in terms of his joint work. I wish he was a bit more youthful in terms of his general appearance here from the side, but from right on top of the cattle, that one can give you a good look. The calf that comes next, a bit more basic in his type and kind. He's sound, he's big body, he's got enough dimension from up above. No, I guess, wow-y pieces that you see here. Maybe no extras. That's why we work him down the lineup. He's a bit flatter, not near as stout-featured, but certainly a good kind care. The calf that comes next, a bit more the same sound. I think enough body, enough dimension. I wish we could change him up in terms of his proportions, neaten him up in his chest floor, see a bit more drop in his center rib cage today to truly make everything come together. Young lady doing an awesome job getting this next one shown, and I think he's good in terms of just his body shape. One that I think certainly still proportions correctly here from the side profile. I wish we could stouten him up in terms of his dimension. I wish we could see him just a bit bolder in terms of his body shape and his turn right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. but I think certainly a good kind of a calf there. And again, young lady doing an awesome job getting that one shown. The calf that closes is one that I like in terms of just his fresh, firm handle. A calf that for me comes in a few more pieces in terms of his up and down structure. A calf that's a bit harsher in terms of his body type. I'd like to see his tail head laying a bit neater to the backside of his hip. All in all, very good class. I think a nice top pair. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 24 AOC Steers. First in that class is Zane Potter from Harris County 4-H. Second is Tage Schrader from Thrall FFA. Third is Aniston Floyd from Denver City FFA. Fourth is Jeb Skiles from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Fifth is Chloe Nagelgen of Medina County 4-H. Sixth is Ella Haynes from Brown County 4-H. Seventh is Kaysen Robb from Lampasas FFA. Eighth is Stetson Digby from Scurry County 4-H. Ninth is Cambry Gore from Cisco FFA. 10th is Tegan Russ from Kendall County 4-H. 11th is Samantha Iselt from Lexington FFA. And 12th is Millie Fletcher from Blanco County 4-H. Let's go ahead and give all those kids a big round of applause. Coming into the ring now is Class 25 AOC Steers. Just a quick reminder, we will have the grand drive 30 minutes after we select the champion AOC. Grand drive will be 30 minutes after we select the champion AOC. This is your first call for Class 26 AOCs. First call for Class 26 AOCs.
Really nice set here. I think we're in Class 7 of the AOCs, and a great deal of quality that we're about to sort through. As you've heard me say over and over again, it really hasn't quit. And back on this side of the ring, I think we got a nice calf here, kicking off our lineup, one that's about to leave, but I like his body shape, one that I think still gives you a quality look here from the side profile. I just wish he transitioned a bit neater right there out of the backside of his shoulder, both down low and up high. He gets a little weak in his spine. A calf that doesn't have quite enough stoutness of feature to really make everything balance up for all the mass he has from there on up. But certainly a nice calf there, and certainly a young man doing a great job getting him shown. Young lady with the dark kind of dappled steer here, one that's got a lot of shape from up above. Just like to reassemble him in his shoulder a touch, but he's certainly powerful. I like his stoutness of feature he goes to the ground on. Young man here with the yellow calf, good looking, shaped up from up above. I wish we could set him back and angle to his shoulder and knee and just see a bit more foot size underneath of him to make it all come together. We got kind of a silver paint here on the corner, and one that I like in terms of his body shape and density. A calf that if we could either see him with a bit more raw shape from up above or from behind, or see him go with just a bit more flexibility off of both ends, he'd be on this side. The combination doesn't quite work for me. All in all, I think certainly a quality set of calves and a great set of kids. Let's give them all a round of applause and thank them for coming out here today.
This is your second call for Class 26 AOCs. Second call for Class 26 AOCs. Just a friendly reminder, as you head out of the barn today and load up your stuff, you will come in the same way you came in when we loaded everything into the barn. Come through the howdy lot there, make sure you have your trailer tag when you get your trailer, and move out as efficiently and quickly as possible so that we can get everybody out of here in a timely fashion. If you make the sale here today, or if you made the sale yesterday, the sale will be held Saturday, and you will get 2 passes to the sale, and you will need to be present there at the premium sale on Saturday. This is your third call for Class 26 AOC. Third call for Class 26 AOC. This is your final call for Class 26 AOC. Final call for Class 26 AOC.
I think a good set of them here. Maybe not one that grabs you quite as hard as we've had in a few other classes, but I think a nice set of them here in these top four, and a lot of good trade-offs. The calf that I used to win, one that's awfully fresh and firm in terms of his touch and tone. A calf that I think still proportions awfully good here from the side profile. Neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. He comes back bold and fresh in terms of his body shape. He reaches, I think, plenty adequate off of both ends, and the big reason why he beats the calf in second is he's bolder right there in his heart and forward and has a bit more true base width up front. A calf I'd like to set back in the angle to his shoulder and knee ever so slightly, and for being what I'm considering the good-looking one, I wish he was just a bit neater in terms of his crest, but an awfully good class winner there, and the young man doing a great job getting that one shown. The calf in second, in terms of his presence from the side profile and the way he's built at the surface, is without question my kind. I like his foot size, his flexibility, his attractiveness as he goes to the ground. That one's got some additional look and extension from his shoulders forward, and he's dead level out through his hip. As you work around the front side of the cattle is where you start to question just his base width underneath, and I think then he reads there the same way, right out of the backside of his sternum into his full rib shape. He's not near as powerful in terms of his body. He still makes up for it right there to the backside of his shoulder. He's fresh and firm to the touch, got a plenty big pin set, and again, a calf that I like in terms of just his flexibility and look there on the side profile. The calf that comes in third is one that I think you like in terms of just his density and his power. I'll be the first to tell you he's not necessarily my kind, but he's so opened up in terms of his body shape. He's so big in terms of the shape right there to the backside of his shoulder and how he carries that out to his pins. A calf that as you send him into motion, the thicker neck calf wants to drop his front end, doesn't really get out and go with quite the same athleticism as the two cattle ahead of him, but a powerful kind of a calf standing there in third. The one that comes here next is, I think, a good kind of a calf in terms of his flexibility, his body shape, one that I think still proportions out correctly here from the side profile, maybe just not the extras. I'd like to tidy him up in his chest floor, lengthen him out shoulders forward, and see just a bit more shape when you get right in behind the cattle, but he's big up high, he's sound at the surface, and good in terms of his body. The paint's one that I like in terms of his pieces. That's the big-legged one. That's a good-looking one in terms of his presence and eye appeal here from the side profile. He's got plenty of shape when you get right in behind him. A calf that just comes in a few more pieces. You need to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee and lay his shoulder smoother into his body or have a bit more full rib shape. A calf that's built just a bit more up and down off his rear too. But again, a stout-featured, good-bodied, stout-hipped one that I think certainly can give you a good look. As we continue down the lineup, we got a gray paint that certainly worked up the lineup because he was so good on the handle. And a calf that I think still proportions out correctly here from the side profile in terms of his body and the way he's built up through his hip. For me personally, I'd like to stouten him up to the ground and set him back an angle to his shoulder and knee. But I like where his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. I like his dimension he has right there to the back side of his shoulder. The white steer's one that I think in terms of just a dense look here from the side profile, he's one that really works up in this particular class. He's got the right kind of just true rib cage working right there in the middle portion of his skeleton. He feeds good right there to the back side of his shoulder and proportions out correctly from the side as an individual. As you compare him to those cattle ahead of him, he's a bit more jammed up off of both ends. A calf that I'd like to see just a bit longer and leveler out through his hip, and I think that allow him to really have a bit more reach in terms of how he uses his hind leg. The calf that comes next, I think, sound and good-bodied. A calf that has enough look here from the side. You kind of lose him a little bit from that three-quarter shot. He flattens up in his rib cage. He's one that's a bit flatter right there in his center stifle and lower quarter, but a good-looking one that's got the right kind of flexibility underneath. We got a yellow calf coming next that I like from his shoulder back, and one that's good in his rib cage. He's got an attractive hip and hind leg and enough true power when you get right behind the cattle. Up front, he's starting to show his maturity down to the base of his chest floor, the way that he reads right there up through his neck and head. But again, from there on back, that one can give you a powerful view. The calf that comes next is one that I like in terms of just his foot size, his stoutness of feature underneath, and he matches that up there about his skull. He's got enough true power up high. As you go down, he starts to flatten more in his rib cage. You need to set him back an angle to his shoulder and knee and see him get out and go with a bit more reach out of his front end. The yellow calf that comes next is one that I truly do like in terms of just his easy feeding look right there through his midrib, and for being one that's a little easier feeding, he's still staying fresh in terms of his look from his shoulders forward. Off his rear, too, he wants to push and bow in his hock a bit more than what I'd like to see for being one of the flatter ones in terms of his stifle shape and lower quarter, but a good-looking one right there on the stand. This calf right here that closes out this lineup from his shoulders back, I think is good in terms of his body shape. He's round and robust in the outward curvature to his rib, a calf that has more than enough shape from up above. He's got to be built differently at the surface, and it's predominantly up front where he's starting to kick forward in his shoulder and knee, and off his rear too. I'd like to see him go to the ground a bit smoother in his joint work, more flexible in terms of how he uses it, but shaped up high, round and robust in terms of his body. Good class there. I think a nice top pair.
Class 26, we are missing Keenan Kutzenberger from Brazos County 4-H and Peyton Turner from Travis County 4-H. Keaton Kutzenberger and Peyton Turner, please get your steers to the staging area. Your results from Class 25 AOC steers. First in that class is Mason Grady from Johnson County 4-H. Second is Aniston Patchke from Idalou FFA. Third is Maddie O'Leary from Parker County 4-H. Fourth is Peyton Riley from Cisco FFA. Fifth is Ace Nalgin from Medina County 4-H. Sixth is Sydney Hasha from Salado FFA. Seventh is Roxton Stone of Martin County 4-H. Eighth in that class is Trey Crawford from Midland County 4-H. Ninth is Evanila Nitschke from Giddings FFA. 10th in that class is Brock Gibson from Winkler Loving County 4-H. 11th is Blake Morrow from Wise County 4-H. And 12th is Styles Patton from Milam County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 26 AOC steers. Just a quick reminder, all breed champion and reserve breed champion steers will be reweighed before the grand drive. All breed champion and reserve breed champion steers will be reweighed before the grand drive. Just a friendly reminder, as you leave today and pick up your tack out of the barn, please make sure that you come in through the howdy lot where you came in when you checked in, and make sure that you get your trailer out of here quickly and efficiently so that we can get everybody out of here in a timely fashion today. Just a friendly reminder, the grand drive will take place 30 minutes after the champion AOC has been selected. The grand drive will be 30 minutes after the champion AOC has been selected. And make sure if you make the sale here today that those cattle get on the truck as soon as possible. All sale cattle need to be on the truck as soon as possible.
As we come here to our last class of the day, I've been impressed the last 2 days, just the immense quality that we've seen in each and every one of these classes, not just in those top couple, but all the way down the line. And I think as you talk about that, you talk about the cattle that left the ring. And as we look back across here, I think we see a lot of that still on this side of the ring. Cattle that have quality, cattle that certainly have a lot of good to them, just hit some tough classes. Maybe things needed to be changed in one spot or another, but a lot of good. We got the yellow calf here that I wish we could maybe either strengthen him up right in behind his shoulder or power him up in terms of his shape. But a calf that gives you a good look here from the side profile, just starting to look a little bit more stale in terms of his general appearance. Not quite as comfortable as some of these on the other side, but I think a good-bodied kind of a calf with enough dimension and certainly enough look. As we look here, we got a yellow calf with a great look from his shoulders forward, plenty of true hard shape from up above. He doesn't balance up quite as appropriately from his chest back into his flank. I'd like to see him go to the ground just a bit more comfortably, or I guess more attractive in terms of his skeleton to move on this other side of the ring. We got a white calf here that I think in terms of just having that easy feed and fat steer look, he does that to a high degree. He's pushing a little bit too far for me in terms of his chest floor, and then when you get your hands on him, but a stout-featured one that certainly can give you that fat steer look. All in all, good set of cattle. Certainly appreciate these youngsters. If you would, please put your hands together for these kids and anybody else who's packing up and going home that maybe things didn't fall just their way this week. They brought us an awesome set of cattle. I think a good top trio here and a good bit of debate back and forth. The calf that I used to win, one that just, I think, covers the basics a bit smoother here today, one that's more comfortable in terms of his lower angles, a calf that's on target in terms of just that easy feeding look right there through his midrib. He's got enough dimension from up above. He's on target in terms of his handle and finish, a calf that I think reads good in that regard over the calf in second that's maybe still a little bit harsher when you handle him over his 12th and 13th. I like his hip and hind leg, and a calf that I think the biggest difference between 1 and 2 is the way he's built up through his front end. A calf that's set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, and because of that, reaches with just a bit more athleticism out of his front end. I'd like to tidy him up in his chest floor just a touch, and I wish his neck came just a shot higher to the top side of his shoulder. But in terms of basics, that calf is a standout in this particular class. I think the calf here in second is impressive. In terms of the way his neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder with that added extension, he goes to the ground with the right kind of stoutness of feature. He's bold from his midrib back in terms of just the outward curvature to his center body, and a calf that's fresh and firm to the touch up high, right there in his full rib shape. I wish we could see him a bit bolder and rounder. A calf up front needs to be set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, and a bit truer in terms of where his toes hit the surface. But a lot of good things in that calf right there, and certainly the fresh handling one of the bunch. The calf that comes here in third, I think, is interesting, and he goes to the ground with so much foot and bone and so much just true power right there out of the backside of his shoulder. It's really hard for him to hold it all together. He's a bit shorter bodied, which I actually prefer from a balance standpoint, but because of that, he looks just a bit more jammed up off of both ends. Up front, he wants to turn out and be just a bit further forward in his shoulder knee than what I'd personally like to see. But again, a big featured one that balances up appropriately here from the side profile from an individual standpoint with a lot of true power from up above. The calf here in fourth is one that I think from the side you're drawn to in terms of his look and presence, his length and extension here from the side profile and how he carries that out through his hip. A calf that still gets out and goes with enough comfort off of both ends from that ever-telling three-quarter shot that you've continued to hear me say over and over again. He flattens up quite a bit more in his body shape and how he feeds right there to the backside of his shoulder. He wants to flatten a bit more right there in his center stifle and lower quarter, and so we put one that's good-looking with enough flexibility standing there in fourth. The calf here in fifth is one that, again, in terms of just feature, he's impressive. A calf that still takes his neck high to the top side of his shoulder. He's robust in terms of his body shape and feeds good right there to the back side of his shoulder. I'd like to see him longer and leveler out through his hip. I'd like to see him neater about where his shoulder lays onto his body and just a bit more attractive in terms of his hind leg, but big featured, good bodied, and I think all in all puts together a quality look here from the side profile. The calf that comes here next, I think, has some good pieces. He's round-bodied. He's got enough feature to the surface and balances up appropriately here from the side profile, but he does come in just a few more pieces. Where his shoulder sits on his body relative to his full rib shape, I'd like to change you up just a bit. When he goes to the ground and gets out and goes, he's just a bit tighter than what I'd personally like to see, and by comparison to a few of those cattle ahead of him, he's just a bit crestier to the top side of the neck. Just enough pieces right there that put a good calf standing there in sixth. The calf that comes here next, this young man gets a lot out of him just from a showmanship standpoint, pulls his neck right there out of the top side of his shoulder, makes him look good in terms of his top line and how he carries out through his hip, and he's plenty sound as he goes to the ground. From that three-quarter shot, or when you get right in on the backside of the cattle, he's just a bit flatter in terms of his overall makeup. With him being a little bit flatter, I'd like to see him just a bit neater in terms of his look and presence from his chest and then right there on the top side of his neck. The gray baldy that we have coming here next, long-bodied, I think one that's right in terms of his body shape and handles quite fresh still for this stage of the game, but a calf that to me personally needs to be just lengthened out and picked up in terms of his edges, or I guess more than anything picked up in terms of where he's built up through his front end and out through his hip. A calf that's not near as attractive in terms of his lower skeleton, but I think meets the standards in terms of dimension and a fresh handle. The calf that comes here next has some big pieces, and that's pretty obvious to see. He goes to the ground with some added foot and bone. I think he's got a quality look here from the side profile. Maturity's getting the better of him in terms of where his shoulder sits on his body relative to his body shape at this stage of the game. He's a bit flatter and just plainer in terms of his handle right there to the backside of his shoulder. I think that calf certainly has some neat pieces. The calf that comes here next, the heaviest one in this particular lineup, up, and I think one that still handles it adequately. He's big body. He's got a lot of true dimension from behind, but it is starting to work against him. He's starting to break right there in his center spine. He's not near as just coordinated in terms of his movement out here today, not near as just fresh in his appearance from his shoulders forward. The calf to closes, long-bodied, good-looking from his shoulders forward, has enough dimension from up above from an industry standpoint. I'd like to see him go to the ground with just a bit more athleticism and just coordination off those rear two. He's just a bit flatter in terms of his overall makeup, so we put a good-looking one that's got enough dimension from up above there to close out our class. Certainly a nice class there, a nice top trio. Congratulations.
Well, there it is, folks, the last hoorah of the day. Your results from Class 26. First in that class is Jed Polar from Wharton County 4-H. Second is Jade Stone of Martin County 4-H. Third is Carolyn Munson of Shallowater FFA. Fourth is Cade Pape of Marion FFA. Fifth is Kendall Rust of Kendall County 4-H. Sixth is Trayson Angeli of Lamb County 4-H. Seventh in that class is Kinsey Hobbs of Milam County 4-H. Eighth is Laney Bowman of Lavaca County 4-H. Ninth is Aubrey Turner of Bastrop County 4-H. 10th is Hayden Copeland of Williamson County 4-H. And 11th is Madison Thurman of McCullough County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class champions and second place steers from the AOC division. Leading the pack from Class 19, your first place in that class is Jaylee Poole from Ira FFA. Following behind her is Hunter Chambers from Class 20 from Stony Point FFA. Out of Class 21, your first place steer is Rayleigh Bain from Randall County 4-H. From Class 22 is Kate Munson of Shallowater FFA. Out of Class 23 is Tristan Himes of Sterling County 4-H. Out of Class 24, your first place is Zane Potter of Harris County 4-H. Out of Class 25, your first place in that class is Mr. Mason Grady from Johnson County 4-H. And Class 26, first place steer out of that class is Jed Polar from Wharton County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your second place from Class 19, Miss Georgia Tusa from Falls County 4-H. Second place out of Class 20 is Mary Cruz Zuniga from Cypress Park FFA. Your second place out of Class 21 is Carson Kaufman from Guadalupe County 4-H. Your second place out of Class 22 is Miss Stratton Shirts from Ropes FFA. Your second place out of Class 23 is Cannon Potter from Harris County 4-H. Your second place out of Class 24 is Tage Schrader from Thrall FFA. Your second place out of Class 25 is Miss Aniston Patchke from Idalou FFA. And your second place from Class 26 is Jade Stone from Martin County 4-H. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all the AOC exhibitors out here today. Just a friendly reminder, after Nick picks the champion AOC here, we will have 30 minutes till we have the champion drive, 30 minutes till we have the grand champion drive. And if you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion, we will be reweighing those cattle before the grand drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions will be reweighed.
Well, I tell you, these kids made it fun for me today and bringing out just the quality that we've seen to start to finish. I think it's been an absolutely impressive. And if you would, please, for all these kids that made it back out here, put your hands together. They've obviously put a lot of time and effort into these projects and certainly doing a great job getting them shown. And I said it yesterday as we kind of came to a close, but as you step into the ring as a judge, you just hope that they're there. And you hope that the quality is there, the kind that you get to talk to your buddies about and talk about how good they were. And I think in each and every one of these classes, honestly, there's that kind of quality. As we look there out of that first class, one that's good looking, got the right kind of body shape, maybe like to stouten him up in his feature just a touch, but man, a good calf. Calf had a class 2, good bodied, got the right kind of feature as he goes to the ground, good kind of a skeleton. Maybe not the look we found in a few of these other ones out here, but certainly a good kind of an animal there. The calf that comes out of class 3, and that's when we really turned up the heat. I think even though he is a lighter weight calf, his basic skeleton and attractiveness in terms of his joint work is impressive. I love the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder with that kind of presence. The way he comes from there on back and handles right there to the back side of his shoulder is impressive. He's fresh and firm to the touch. He reads right over his 12th and 13th. Is he quite as massive as a few of these others that stand right behind him? No, but I think that's an awfully good calf standing right there. We got the dark orange one right here, and one that's so dense in terms of his body shape, a calf that's right in terms of his basic skeleton. He's comfortable, he's big-footed. I think in terms of his presence from the side profile, he maybe isn't quite as picked up or as quite just out there in terms of his front end, but it actually helps him proportion out awfully good here from the side profile. I love the way he feeds from his chest floor into his sternum and comes back into his body shape. The way that he feeds out through his hip allows him to really take a long and athletic stride. Again, a calf that I think puts a lot of neat things together. And the calf that comes out of what would be that 5th class, kind of a creature, honestly. That one's basic build and design is hard to make. And that's really what we've been looking for all week, or I guess the last 2 days, is hard to make livestock. Cattle that put combinations together that shouldn't go together. That one's basic skeleton and the way that he gets out and goes with that kind of comfort, to have that kind of mass from there on up is hard to do. I love his body shape. For as good as he is in terms of his rib cage and as opened up as he is, to still feed right there into the backside of his shoulder with a pretty seamless full rib shape, I think is awfully impressive. And then you get back off him, and to be that cool looking from his shoulders forward and still have a stout little skull sitting on top of it and come the way he does out through his hip and maintain that on the go, I think, again, is awfully impressive. A very nice one standing there in class 5. Then we keep coming to some of these bigger classes, and a calf that comes out of the next class that I think outside of his shoulder and his knee puts a lot of very cool things together. His presence up front, his body shape, his turn in dimension when he get right in on top of him, and the way he goes out of his hip and hind leg with that kind of comfort and still attractiveness certainly is something that I'm drawn to. A calf up front wants to turn out a bit more than what I personally would like to see. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder or knee just a bit. The calf that comes out of that heavier class, one that's good bodied, he's good structured, he's got the right kind of dimension from up above, and I think from an individual standpoint, that one proportions out awfully good. By comparison to a few of these others out here, he's just a bit more up and down in his shoulder and knee. He's not quite as opened up right there in his forerib shape, and he is just a bit crestier to the top side of his neck. That's getting critical of a calf that puts a lot of good things together. Then we come right there out of that last class, and a calf that covered the basics awfully good. He's big-footed. He gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. He's got that easy feeding look right there through his mid-rib, and I think more than enough dimension from up above. He's not near as out there in terms of his look. I'd like to tidy him up in terms of his chest floor, and I'm well aware he comes out of that heavy class, but I think it's naturally just kind of how it sits in his body. All in all, an absolutely impressive set of class winners, and those seconds are no slouches back there. I think if you could, please, one more time, put your hands together for all these exhibitors. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
And your champion AOC steer of Rodeo Austin goes to Mr. Tristan Himes of Sterling County 4-H.
Everybody's tired of listening to me. We're going to talk this second as he comes back out here real quick because he deserves it. That's a quality calf that comes with some added feature. I like his dimension. He throws his head up right there. Man, does he give you a good look for as dimensional and opened up as he is to still keep that kind of a presence from the side profile. Again, there's no question why he went second in that class behind an awfully good one because he puts a lot of good things together. By comparison to a few of these other cattle out here, I wish he was just a bit neater from shoulder to forerib. He comes with just a bit more feature to his hock when you get right in behind him. But man, that calf can give you an awfully good look. And congratulations to that young man for having a good one. There's one more out here that I like an awful lot. I'm going to go show you your reserve.
Your reserve champion AOC goes to Miss Kate Munson of Shallow Water FFA. The grand drive will now happen in 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes till we will have the grand drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions need to be in the staging area at 2:45. All breed champions and reserve breed champions need to be in the staging area at 2:45. We need all breed champions and reserve breed champions to be making their way to the arena. This is your first call for all breed champions and reserve breed champions to the staging area. We need all breed champions and reserve breed champions to the staging area at this time. We need all breed champions and reserve breed champions to the staging area. All breed champions and reserve breed champions to the staging area at this time. Just a friendly reminder as you head out this afternoon, make sure that you get everything because this barn will be cleaned out tonight so that we can get heifers in tomorrow. Make sure that you get everything out of the barn tonight. This is your last call for all breed champions and reserve breed champions to the staging area. Please hurry up so we can get you weighed. If you have not taken your steer to the truck, please do that as soon as possible. If you're wanting to take your steer to the truck or made the sale, please take your steer to the truck as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we would like to welcome you here to the Grand Drive of Rodeo Austin 2021. We have got an awesome lineup of cattle out here that Nick will be sorting through, and I would like to just go ahead and put our hands together for all these Grand Drive exhibitors out here today. Coming into the ring now on the west side, or on the east side, your breed champion British is Miss Blakely Benson from San Angelo, Texas. She's a Tom Green County 4-H member, and she would like to go to Texas Tech University and be on the livestock judging team. Her favorite hobbies include she loves to do art, hang out with friends, play basketball and soccer, and she loves hanging out with her family. Let's go ahead and give a big Austin, Texas welcome to Miss Blakely Benson. On the other side, coming in with the reserve champion British is Miss Hattie Braley from Albany, Texas. She is a part of the Albany FFA, and right now she is thinking about being a doctor one day. She loves showing steers and playing basketball, and let's go ahead and give Miss Hattie a big Texas welcome as well. Coming in on the east side is your breed champion shorthorn steer, Miss Sophia Allsweed. She is a fifth-generation shorthorn exhibitor, and this steer was raised by her grandpa, George. She lives in Mason, Texas, and is a part of the Mason County 4-H. She says, I'm 11 and I want to be a Texas A&M Aggie, and she plans on showing cattle until she does so. Her favorite hobbies include showing steers, playing tennis, raising cattle, but that is certainly not a hobby. Let's go ahead and give Miss Sophia a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side, we have got your reserve champion shorthorn steer, Logan Netterville from Tioga FFA. He says that someday he wants to be in the U.S. Army, and his favorite hobby is shooting guns. Let's go ahead and give Logan a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side, we've got Mr. Wyatt Hensky from Kingsville, Texas. He is a part of the Riviera FFA chapter. He plans on attending Texas State University and majoring in ag mechanics and becoming an ag teacher. His favorite hobbies include he likes to go hunting and fishing with his friends, as well as fit cattle on the weekends. So let's go ahead and give Wyatt a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side, we've got Steely Williams from Blue Ridge, Texas. She's a part of the Blue Ridge FFA. She plans on attending Tarleton State University and then going to Texas Tech to become a veterinarian. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle and pigs and playing volleyball and basketball. Let's go ahead and give Big Steely a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side, your breed champion ABC is Miss Jayton Myers with her steer named Bush. She is from O'Donnell, Texas, and is a part of the O'Donnell FFA chapter, and she plans on attending the best college in the country, Texas Tech University. Her favorite hobbies include, other than stock showing, she likes going to the lake, tubing, surfing, and wakeboarding with her family and friends. Let's go ahead and give Miss Jayton a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side is True Schrader, all the way from Taylor, Texas. He's a part of the Thrall FFA community. He plans on going to Texas A&M or Texas Tech. Let me tell you, she plans on going there. Let me tell you, that's a no-brainer decision on Texas Tech. But she plans to major in business and eventually own her own coffee shop and bakery someday. Her favorite hobbies include working with steers, livestock judging, running my small business, going out with friends, and going to Bible study. Let's go ahead and give True a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side with your champion black AOB is Mr. Jet James from Prosper FFA. He hopefully plans to attend college while livestock judging and continue working with show cattle and cows. He says, I love showing steers, working with cows with my dad, and playing competitive soccer. and he says, "Thank you, Rodeo Austin, for keeping the show going." Let me tell you, Jet knows more about a cow than a bull does. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side in your reserve breed champion black AOB is Miss Scarlett Akins from Plainview, Texas. She is a part of the Plainview FFA group. She plans on attending Texas Tech and becoming a lawyer. And her favorite hobbies include basketball, volleyball, student council, livestock judging, livestock showing, and making people laugh. Her steer's name is Kiss because of his fabulous markings. What a steer. Let's go ahead and give Miss Scarlett a big round of applause. Your breed champion, Red AOB, is Mr. Lane Hagan from Yoakum, Texas. He is a part of the Lavaca County 4-H, and he plans on attending Texas A&M and becoming a vet to continue to raise cattle and also being a vet as well. His favorite hobbies include baseball, hunting, fishing, and showing cattle. Let's go ahead and give Lane a big round of applause. Coming in on the other side is Caden Mason from Montgomery, Texas. He is a part of the Montgomery County 4-H. He plans on attending Texas A&M, and his favorite hobbies are showing cattle and judging livestock. And let me tell you, he's a hog kid by heart, but he's made it well here in the cattle ring today. On the other side, we've got your breed champion, AOC, Mr. Tristan Himes, all the way from Sterling City, Texas. He is a part of the Sterling County 4-H. He plans on attending Texas Tech University with a law degree, and his favorite hobbies are sports and showing livestock. Coming in on the other side is Miss Kate Munson with your reserve champion AOC, all the way from Shallow Water, Texas, where she is a part of the Shallow Water FFA. She is a senior this year, and she plans on being a poke and going to Oklahoma State University. Her favorite hobbies include showing steers, one-act play, cheer, FFA, and hanging out with her sister, Caroline. We wish you the best luck at Oklahoma State. Let's go ahead and give her a big round of applause, and let's go ahead and get loud and proud for all these folks out here today. Before we do anything else, I would like to pause. Miss Jayden Myers has came to me. She was the champion ABC steer today. Jayden, if you could raise your hand. She's right there in the blue. And Jayden had an awesome friend from O'Donnell, Texas, that was a senior this year that passed away on his way back from Houston. His name is Conlon Small. He was an awesome athlete. He loved showing cattle, and he always had a smile on his face. So if we could all rise and take a moment of silence for Conlon and his family out here today. Thank you. Jayden, you have got a guardian angel watching above you here today, and we here in the stands of Rodeo Austin also have a guardian angel with us here today. So one more time, let's please get loud for Conlon Small and his family back home. With that being said, as the judge selects through these steers out here today, boy, what a lineup of cattle. And I would like to go ahead and reintroduce Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons, the slick man sorting a slick show out here. Nick grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. Growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country and livestock judging, which sparked a passion that eventually led him to Black Hawk East Community College and then on to Texas Tech University, where he was on a highly successful livestock judging team. After serving as the assistant livestock judging coach at Texas Tech, Nick took the position with Sunglow Feeds. Nick currently serves as a regional show feed specialist in Oklahoma and the Texas markets. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high-quality, functional cattle across multiple breeds, and Nick has judged numerous in state and national shows across the country. And let me tell you, we couldn't be more thankful for Nick Fitzsimmons. Let's go ahead and put our hands together and thank him just one more time out here today. Nick, they're all yours.
Well, guys, I've had a blast here the last couple days and an incredible set of cattle and obviously an awesome set of kids. Before we get into anything too much for a conversation, this isn't going to take just too terrible long, but I do need to say a few thank yous. And first and foremost, to everybody here at Rodeo Austin, to Rachel for contacting me and asked me to come here. I've obviously been looking forward to this now for, I guess, a little over a year. And then obviously the remainder of the crew here, the executive committee, Jeff for being out here and keeping us kind of straight here the last couple of days. Everybody here from Texas Tech who gave us their time, and everybody else who volunteers here at Rodeo Austin to make this go through. If you would, please put your hands together for all those folks. They put in a lot of time and effort to make this show happen. We sure do appreciate them doing that. The other thank you that I always make, regardless of what show I take throughout the country, is to my family, and specifically my wife here tonight. She got to come with me for this trip, and that typically doesn't happen. She typically has to stay home and hold down the fort and watch our two little kids and make sure everything's going in the right direction for our cattle operation. And for her to be able to come with me this time, I truly do appreciate that opportunity to bring her along, because without her, I would never be able to judge one single show. She keeps me going in the right direction and takes care of everything, so that way I can be here 100% in terms of just a mental standpoint, and for that I truly do thank her. As far as everything else goes this year, the one thing and one word I'm going to bring up is resiliency. And I think that shows up in a few different areas for us out here tonight. I think the resiliency is shown by Rodeo Austin and the other stock shows here in the state of Texas. Guys, y'all live in an incredible state, and a state that has put up a lot of time and effort, and maybe in a tough year, to make sure these kids still had a place to go show their cattle. And I think that is absolutely incredible. I think it's resiliency just in terms of the kind of people that we're creating here in this industry, and the kind of people that I think we get to show in terms of examples to these kids. You know, I know my wife is from right there outside or in Wyoming, but right close to Colorado. And there a couple weeks ago, that governor decided to have a no-meat Monday. And I tell you, that kind of hit me in a wrong way. And then here this past week, our governor decided to make last week hashtag Meat Every Day week. And I think that that's something that's impressive. And to have someone there in our government to be able to step up and show that we truly do care and we support these agriculturalists that are stepping out and going out there every single day and raising livestock, that's cool to me. And I think everybody else standing in this ring would support that same thing. And that to me is resiliency. And the final thing that I think shows resiliency is these kids out here. Honestly, these kids have had a pretty tough break here in the last year or so, and not just in the shows, maybe changing up a little bit and making things a bit harder for these folks, but a lot of these kids haven't even been able to go back to school exactly like they used to. Maybe don't get to spend time with their friends like they used to. They got to change the way that they learn from what they used to. And I think that's impressive and truly shows resiliency. So for these kids and everybody else who went back home, let's give them a round of applause. I think they're truly impressive here tonight. As far as the cattle, I've been raving about them for the last 2 days, and I'm not going to go back and talk each and every one of them, but I think you've heard me say time and time again, and there's a couple of them out here, more than just a couple, but are truly hard to make. And that's my kind. That's what I try to find. That's what we try to raise and what we try to sell, and that's hard to make livestock. One more time, and I'm going to let you guys go home, and hopefully you can be truly thankful for having this opportunity out here today. But put your hands together for all these kiddos. I'll go get you a champion reserve. I truly do appreciate the opportunity. Thanks, guys.
And your grand champion steer of Rodeo Austin 2021 is Mr. Tristan Himes of Sterling County 4-H. As Nick looks through these cattle, we would also like to recognize Joe Strobe over there holding the grand champion banner. This could not be possible without him. Also, Rachel Sombrera and Lauren Todd. This show could not go on without them. So if we could just give them one big round of applause for all that they do here for Rodeo Austin and the city of Austin, Texas. And your reserve grand champion steer is Miss Jayden Myers from O'Donnell, Texas, with her champion ABC steer. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids one more time.